And hello there, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mildra. I am your one and only gaming monk. And yeah, I had planned on doing Fated Continuum today, of course, but while I was doing the collab with Riona, I had gotten a message from him that there's some electric issue with some of the breakers at his place, so he keeps cutting in and out. So because of that, doing Fated Continuum would not be a good idea. Otherwise, I would have done so a few hours ago. But that being said, I didn't want to just completely throw the baby out with the bathwater. So tonight, we are going to be doing a bit of Ninja Gaiden 4. I'll probably continue it on a different time slot, because I had planned on doing this yesterday, but things happened, so I didn't get to it. Well, I think I am going to... Switch. And hello there, Hydra. Welcome to the party. Let me see if I can... There we go. Okay, that looks better. And I just realized I need to handle the game screen setup. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Apologies for doing this so it's a case where the boxes don't quite want to match up, so let me move it here so it at least looks a little bit decent. And yeah, there's that stuff on the sides, but I can deal. So I was having a bit of trouble with a black screen earlier, but I messed around with a few things and got it to work. Because if it doesn't fit, we will make it fit. So let's get started, shall we? It's the difference between real life and sports. In sports, when you get a hit to the nuts, you're at least wearing a cup. I know some people are going to shake their fist at me for going with Japanese voices, but that's what we're doing. Let's see. Okay, this will be good for now. We can always mess with it a little bit. I know some people will be like, why are you having that stuff on? Because of how I play games the first time. I am not one of those people who jumps straight into the hardest difficulty when I go in blind. I learned my lesson from that when I tried to do that with Doom Eternal. That is better a black screen than a blue screen. Don't jinx me like that. Let's hope it doesn't take too long to load. A new Jitsu base form, so light attack, heavy attack, and throw shurikens. Okay, good. Oh, that is way too slow. Much better. And dodging, press R2 to block. Holding R2, move to dodge. Okay, they got bombs. Or even playing on the legendary difficulty of a Halo game because of the questionable belief that it helps you to get better. But being a game being hand-holding to a condescending level isn't good either. Yeah. My approach has always been go with the easier difficulty, get my feet wet, then when I feel more comfortable, go with higher difficulties. Okay, knockback recovery. Let me see about... see if that helps. Okay, so we got the good old D-limb and finish. That is what you get for painting the Queen's roses red. Good old ultimate technique. Bought Xbox Live for my little brothers so they could play Reach online. The little bastards still make me work for the kills. God, I love it. Yeah. Bloodbind Ninjutsu, Raven form. Blood Raven form. Well, I know what that gauge is for now that I was seeing in the trailer we examined last month. There was something amusingly apropos of someone this covered in blood having the name Yakumo. Most enemies can outblock Blood Raven form attacks. If you hit an enemy with a Blood Raven form attack while it is blocking, you will stagger. It's filled by either doing base attack, time, obliteration, or execution. Blood Raven form is slower, but you do have guard break. Takemina Kata. I get it. Oh, I'm a Midwest... Mario, I'm a Midwest guy too, believe me, I know. And down you go. Wait, why are you fucking around with the Dark Dragon? Did we just forget what happened the last time somebody tried that? Oh. That is one hell of a shot. Alright, I keep forgetting about auto run. Well, that is technically a way out. Though he was technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Katsude, 竜神の末子黒竜が世界に混沌をもたらした。魔人によって目覚めた黒竜は大地をうがち、人々を混沌に陥れた。しかし 一人の忍びによって魔人の野望は打ち砕かれる。竜はやぶさ、人知を超えた巧みな技によってあまたの邪を滅する町人。黒竜もまた竜はやぶさの手によって打ち払われ、世界に平和が訪れた。しかし数年前、一人の魔人と黒竜の巫女が黒竜をよみがえらせた。竜は剣を手に取り、再び黒竜を打ち払う。だが魔人が捧げた膨大な生贄により、人代をも上回る力を持った黒竜のムクロは死しても残り、正気を帯びた雨を降らせ続けた。正気はあまたの魔人を冥界から呼び寄せ、荒れ果てた東京をさらなる地獄へと変貌させる。竜は黒竜の復活を阻止するため、町を統治する武装組織竜神党の助けを借り、黒竜のムクロに封印を施していった。捨て置かれた東京は正気と魔人が蔓延し、今も混沌に包まれている。
Oh, isn't that a familiar face? Right, and up we go.
潜入に成功した。任務を開始する。
了解。引き続き竜神島に注意して。
ここで因縁が終わる。
ええ。我らが父祖、都に血の雨降らせしとき、黒き竜の巫女を討ち、父祖を見そがん。伝承通り、黒竜の巫女を殺して世界を晴らす。それが我々カラス一門の使命です。
だがカラスの
Keep the betrayal missiles on standby.
常闇に紛れ、はやぶさ一門の糧となる。
でもそれって都合が悪い殺しの任務はカラス一門にお任せってことでしょ。
まあまあ、物は捉えよう。協力して世界を平和にしましょうとも言えるはずです。
ヤクモ、先に進んで牢獄へ向かって。
了解。敵がいる。
警備兵ね、見つからないように注意して。
I really hope we don't end up doing a full-on stealth section.
洞窟に入った。
その先にあるゲートを越えたら黒竜の巫女が捕らえられている牢獄に着くわ。この先はナビゲートできないから、あとは頼んだわよ。
ヤクモ君、気をつけてください。
Although if I'm being fair, knowing me, I would find ways to get in trouble even, and I don't even need boredom. Sometimes I'd get in trouble without even trying because trouble follows me. Okay, no dice. Pretty sure I'm gonna see a few people on social media bitching about the yellow paint. Or is it only, are you only allowed to make that fuss when it is community approved? Is the question.
目標地点が近い。
了解。そこを越えたら黒竜の巫女がいるはず。さすがに通信状態が悪いわね。一旦切るわ。
So am I just supposed to ignore the fact that he's got a Vajra on his back? Down you go. Yeah, sometimes with traversal things in certain high-end games, there's this obvious yellow paint or obvious colored paint on certain things you're supposed to be able to grab. Some people have lamented it, claiming that it's babying gaming, but I can only go with that to a certain point. Usually with the more cinematic affairs. Because Lord knows we've seen interactable elements integrate themselves a little too well into the environment. And telling people get good is not always the right answer.
Yo koso. いらっしゃい。
黒竜の巫女だな。
ええ。
お前を殺す。
あら。いきなりご挨拶ね。その仮面、カラスの一門ね。伝承通り、私を殺しに来たってわけ。我らが父祖、都に血の雨降らせしとき、黒き竜の巫女を打ち、父祖を見そが。どうも分かってないみたいね。伝承の本当の意味。
That's kind of how prophecies tend to be.
あなたたちの先祖、黒竜は、かつてハヤブサの町人の手で滅ぼされた。だけど黒竜は蘇り、その後二度と復活しないよう、今度は封印を施した。封印の際、天に残った黒竜のムクロは、今も止まない正気の雨を降らせ続けている。あなたもカラスの忍びなら、この話は知っているわよね。
ああ。
そして古来より、
It certainly can.
その裏ではカラス一門が安寧秩序を保ってきた。ただ一方で、カラスには秘密裏にもう一つの目的があった。
一門の父祖、黒竜を殺すこと。
その通り。伝承では、黒竜の巫女を殺すことで、黒竜は浄化されると記されている。けど、それだと黒竜の封印は解けない。永久にこの災厄が続くことになるわ。だって、 黒竜を封印したのは私なんだもん。考えてみて。さっきも言ったけど、黒竜は一度死んだはずなのに蘇った。普通に殺しても死なないってわけ。
何が言いたい？
つまり黒竜にはちゃんとした殺し方がある。黒竜を殺す唯一の方法は、黒竜の封印を解き完全に復活させた上で浄化すること。
浄化？
ま、それはおいおい教えるわ。ねえ、一度私と協力して封印を解きに行かない？とはいえ、今私を殺したら封印が解けなくなるから拒否権はないと思うけど。
Jailbreak.
私を信用できなくなったらいつでも殺して構わない。どう？カラスの忍びさん。
お前を信用したわけじゃない。
はいはい。あ、あなたの
Yeah,
名前は？
so whenever a dev mocks their audience, they
ヤクモ。
inevitably get their
じゃあ
karmic
ヤ
payment.
クモ、お近づきの印にこれをどうぞ。
これは
そうね、お守りみたいなものかしら。黒竜を殺すまで絶対になくさないこと。いい？
That's part of the reason why I'm not fond of hand breaking.
黒竜を復活させるなんて大犯罪。ワクワクするわね。そうだ、私はセオリ。よろしくね。それじゃあここから脱出ね。
海、予定変更だ。今から黒竜の巫女と脱出する。
はあ？どういうこと？
後で話す。まずは脱出が先だ。一旦通信を切るぞ。
ちょっと待って、ヤクモ。お仲間さん？
ああ、
どんな人なの？
お前には関係ない。
止まれ。
Oh, this looks promising.
ヤクモ君、警戒よ。その男は竜神島軍事部門の長、カガチです。どこの馬の骨か知らないが、セオリを連れ去ろうっていう。ただじゃ済まねえ。セオリ、お前。
竜神島にはいろいろとお世話になったわ。今まで守ってくれて感謝してる。けどね、私にはやらなきゃいけないことがある。だからごめんね。
Get good mentality when it starts being
誘拐じゃ
objectively
なく
bad.
て家出ってか。
Yeah,
俺だ、カガチだ。厄介なこと
as a
だ
guy, I look at that as just a consequence of overuse.
セオリが基地を抜け出した。ああ、詳細は追って連絡する。すまんな。よろしく頼むぜ、ハヤブサ。
Oh, that was flashback. But when it gets thrown around for just about everything, it means nothing. It is what I refer to as buzzword criticism. Just throwing in a word instead of actually communicating. Figured there might be some treasure over here. Let's see, anything over here? No. Anything over here? No. Alright, so this is the successor to Muramasa's shop, I suppose. Alright, so little side missions.
ヤクモ、状況は？
問題ない。
あの黒龍の巫女の言うこと、どこまで信用していいんだか。
嘘だと分かれば元の計画通り殺すだけだ。どの道竜神島に狙われている状況はか。
そうね。ああ、そうだヤクモ。これを渡しておくわ。これで体力を回復できるから使っておきなさい。
And hello there, dragon. We require additional pylons. Yeah, sometimes that happens. I think they've become aware of the off-screening running gags. We have these indicators. Down you go.
開かない。
あっちょ、さすがに抜かりないわね。ちょっと待って、今開ける。どう？
開いた。ジェネレーターを壊すぞ。
Oh, about as durable as that one pyramid hotel in Vegas.
エネルギージェネレーター出力 30% 低下。
Oh, we got treasure.
ハッキングもできるの？これくらいわけないわ。
Ah, we're back to that combo set. And what have we here? Raven Mentor Tyrion. Learn new combat skills, review battle techniques, and practice in the training room. And spend ninja coin to get new abilities.
Yo, 坊主。
タイランか。何の用だ。
Oh, Tyrant.
お前は相変わらずだな。心配で見に来てやったんじゃねえか。それにお前にまだ教えてないこともたくさんあるからな。金さえ払えば新しい忍びの技を教えてやる。さて、どうする？
Right? Let's see what we can learn. Flying Swallow? Oh, yes, please.
その技、一度練習していくか。練習はいらねえってか。
Flying Swallow Barrage. The Flying Swallow is always a must. Guidance. We've got some familiar stuff here. Fatal Flash in Blood Raven form. Nice. And the perfect version. And the full charge of Ultimate Technique. Why would there be Blue Swallow? And Art of Defense, and that's all I can get for now. I'll need more coin, and I'm probably not going to get that until the end of the level.
空に浮かぶ黒竜のムクロ、血の雨が降り続けてるってわけだ。早いとこ黒竜の巫女を何とかしないとな。
黒竜の巫女と封印を解くことにした。
はあ？お前何言ってるんだ。
伝承の真の意味を教えてもらった。黒竜の封印を解き浄化が必要らしい。
お前それを信じてるってのか。
いや、完全に信用したわけじゃない。嘘だと分かればすぐにでも殺す。
本当にお前は何考えてるか分かんねえな。
Oh, we got more treasure. So a life elixir and another life elixir. If we're over the cap, then it gets converted to coin. Elevator going up. Screw it. Can't get to the treasure just yet. Down you go. Oh, lovely. The spam bots are out. There's always one more. It's more of a Twitch problem than a YouTube problem. All right, so we can buy techniques and we can get new ones from spending weapon XP. Nice, nice. And the rest I'm not getting for a while. And let's go with that look. And the Divine Blades. Let me see something. Huh. I would have figured there'd be treasure hidden behind all those boxes. False alarm. Ah, grappling hook.
よく来たわね。任務完了ね。お疲れ様。
Wonder if there's a cap on how many missions I can take.
それはカラスニング飛びケラですね。フックポイントがあればジャンプでは届かない遠い崖を簡単に飛び越えられますよ。
カラスニング。
カラスニング、その名の通りカラス一門が独自技術で開発した最新鋭の任務です。体術に長けた我々忍びの行動範囲をさらに広げ。
ああ、それ以上はまた今度聞かせて。あんたたちおしゃべりはいいけどちゃんと祠に向かってるんでしょうね。
ええ、こちらはセオリさんと共に予定通りのルートで向かいます。私が護衛しますのでご安心を。
What do we have here? Red gateways allow you to enter Purgatory, where you can receive Ninja Coin and Weapon XP successfully for completing a series of harsh battles. Wager your life and get better rewards. Got it. So I guess Purgatory is our bloody palace.
そんなもんだ
That's the first one? How many waves are there? Yeah, I'm screwed on this run. Yeah, I don't think we'll be doing Purgatory for a while. to the top. How apropos. Let's see what. All right, let's go with that. Can I learn anything? Yes, I can. Now let's go with chain link. I think that is going to be very useful.
その技練習はいらねってか。また相手してやる。
お疲れ様。
Maybe I need to get a few things. Or maybe not. Nope. Ah, there we got it. What do we have here? Seriously, that's it? Okay. see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Healing and taking damage will cause Berserk to fill. When it's full, enter Berserk state. And ran out of time. Wasted. And down you go. As annoying as those rockets are, they're still not nearly as annoying as they were in, like, 360 Ninja Gaiden 2. There we go. See what I'll take it. Really wish I could do a mark all as red when it comes to this, but oh well. See if there's anything I can learn. There is. But before we continue on, I am going to hit the BRB for a moment, since I need to refill on tea. So I'll be seeing you in a couple minutes. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Although, let's switch out the appearance. Yeah, this one's better. Damn it, grabbed it. Oh well. Actually, you know what? No. Let's stick to the path and keep going. Surprise! And it's a surprise he'll remember for the rest of his life. Shit. Down you go. Down you go. And up we go. Right. Ooh, treasure. Oh, this looks promising. So they don't flinch.
お前じゃ俺には勝てない。
Oh, we're doing this. And he has just learned a valuable lesson in long division.
こっちも今防壁を開けたわ。
And he will keep that lesson for the rest of his life.
あと一つ。順調ね。
And so ends the first chapter. So let's keep going.
じゃあ最後のジェネレーターに向かいましょうか。ギャクもそのまま進んで。
Yeah, I don't have nearly enough weapon XP for that. We're about to get attacked on this bridge, aren't we? Well, I was sort of right.
橋が崩れたが問題ない。次の目的地まで案内を頼む。
そこは私に任せて。まずは安全な場所に向かって。
了解。
Sorry, something went down the wrong pipe, but no worries, Zoni. We'll be here. And when you get back here, I'm gonna have to ask you how is Sonic, because we don't have Sonic in my neck of the woods. There are other burger places, but Sonic is more of a southern thing than a northern thing. I think I've seen one or two Sonics in my area, and they were when I was significantly out of town. Nope, we're not getting isekai today. Shit. How'd it give me the wrong one? Let's see if I can turn off those. Moving right along. Nope, not enough coin.
また相手してやるよ。
警備ドローン、あいつを使うか。
Always nice to see that. No kiting here. Well, not that kind of kiting. Not quite as pretty, but it'll work. I am very glad we don't have the bullshit of Gatling rocket launcher ninjas again. But we do have treasure. And more treasure. Dragon, what the hell does that have to do with anything? I feel like that's a forced joke. And down you go, with no head. A jet black scale said to have been peeled from the limb of an ancient dragon. The scale is composed of several layers of thick material, making it extremely rigid. Mixing it with a phantasmal herb through an esoteric process will produce a elixir that enhances the vitality of whoever drinks it. Ah. So this is our equivalent to prayer beads. Good to know. No isekai for me today. Wait, that's a truck, not a train. Okay, not the way I planned it, but I'll take it. And hello there, Amov. Welcome to the party. See, what can I unlock? That will do. Whoops. Overcommitted. Okay, those flyers are going to be an annoyance. I need to revisit Wrath and Glory at some point. But I hope that doesn't become a theme of every original chapter getting its own supplement. Because that's going to result in some problems. Well, of course, some folks want something that isn't Imperium. Because that's the one faction that they hyperfixate on. But let's be honest, if they got a supplement on Orcs or Tau, oh, it wouldn't be satisfactory to them. Because they're not asking for it because they think there's some avenue of gameplay that could be explored. It's because I want the spotlight to be on my faction. I know how that play is done. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? Ah, side mission. Shit. Jeez, these guys are annoying. Down you go. Down you go. And down you go. Not the most elegant way to do it, but I got the job done. And yeah, Ben there got the t-shirt. The point is, if there's going to be this demand for, we need orcs, we need Tau, I need to see something more than representative and it's not Imperium. Because if that's all that it is, then all you're going to get is something shallow. That's the thing. A lot of people, when they're demanding that, they're not thinking. Although it would be really, really funny if someone had already homebrewed Orcs and Tau in Wrath and Glory. Yep. That's fantasy. He's talking about Wrath and Glory, which is a 40k project. Why would you have Skaven in there? And that even besides that, that's not the point. When there's a lot of people like, I want an expansion of the focus on this race, and not think about how that's going to come about. Focus on the low cost ones first. Destroy gate. And I get it. The Imperium is what sells, but it's just as important to have. It's just as important to understand. You can't just say, "Oh, I want this faction in there." A lot of people just are way too attached to that, and if you got what you asked for, you'd have something you did not ask for.
竜神島に人ならざる者、ただの暗殺任務が随分と大ごとになってきたわね。
すまない。
いえ、気にしないで。これが私たち一族にとって必要なことならやるしかない。ヤクモなら大丈夫。さあ、先へ急ぎましょう。
Don't get wrong, I like Eldar, I tolerate the Tau, I enjoy the Orcs to an extent, but
ところで、ヨーマとは一体何なのですか？
I am also a practical man.
その土地のいわば神ね。
神。そんなものがいたなんて。
そして中でも特に強力な妖魔たちは黒竜を封印する際に私が重複して守らせているの。
封印を脅かす者は何人たりとも近づけさせないということですか？
そういうこと。説明は以上。ヤクモ、最後のジェネレーターまであと少しよ。
I think FFG did exactly what they needed for their Star Wars RPG, and I kind of got those vibes with Wrath and Glory. FFG made a bold decision to wait quite a while to do Jedi, probably because they didn't want to make the same mistake that happened with Star Wars Galaxies. Because, for those who weren't there for that, Ralph Koster, legend that he is, did not want Jedi in Star Wars Galaxies because he felt they would be an alpha class everyone would chase.
どうやらヨーマは無差別に狙っているみたいだ。
ヤクモも巻き込まれないようにね。
大丈夫だ。
ジェネレーターまであと少し。
このまま上に登る。
ヤクモ。
ターゲットがジェネレーター前に到着。総員排除しろ。
目標地点に到着。始末する。甘い。
Jeez. A Divine Dragon organization utilizing an Oni. And while they were using an Oni, now they have two of them. Kind of.
殺す。片付いた。
Like he said, he only needed one strike.
いよいよこれで最後ね。
Alright, let's keep going. Phantom Pleasure Quarter. Well, nothing good can ever come out of a pleasure district. I could have worded that better.
Yakumo, この先は妖魔との戦いになるから油断しないように。
今のお前ならいい機会だ。自信があるなら何よりだ。黒竜を浄化。
ああ、黒竜は何度殺しても蘇る。真なる浄化によって完全消滅すると言われた。
眉唾もんだが、確かに黒竜は死んでないみたいだからな。
ああ、俺たちの宿命を終わらせる。
結構なことだが、何があっても俺たちはカラスだ。この世の影であることを忘れるな。さあ、言った言った。新規くせえ話は苦手なんだよ。
Let's not invoke Scary Movie 2, or any Seltzerberg movie if, for that matter. I'd like to leave them in the dustbin of history. Yep. So, if I were to... I think we're far enough to get an impression of Ninja Gaiden 4. And it is definitely a fusion of elements between Team Ninja's sensibilities and Platinum. So I guess you could call this a Dream Team project. If it... you know this is probably a horror movie with all those grunts. I think you can say that with just about any action game, and you can... And the only game that went all in with that concept is the Doom trilogy we now have. I'd also say Arkham Batman applies as well.
新しい任務が来て。お疲れ様。
Oh, how quaint. I have a feeling that's not quite the case. That was too easy. Not in terms of difficulty, but... Oh yeah. We're dealing with somebody wearing a fox on their waist. I figured we were going to be dealing with some visual bullshit.
他の道から向かうしかないみたいね。
And now you have no head. I suppose I prefer this approach to the level up your weapon and get a bunch of new techniques you don't even know how to use yet. Alright, we are going the right way. Blocked.
じゃあ今のうちに封印について説明するわ。黒龍は容器という銃をよりしろにして封印しているの。その容器を引き抜けば封印の解除完了。
です 気を引き抜くだけならセオリさん
Everything's okay until you start seeing lanterns. Like these?
誰かに引き抜かれる危険もありますよね。
そう。そこで私がちょっとした術をかけて容器を引き抜けないようにしてある。どう頑張っても私自身が行くか、私を無理やり連れてこない限り封印は解けないってわけ。
なるほど。さすがに徹底していますね。
We go. I can't let you do that, Star Fox. I'm not doing a Star Wolf impression.
決まりだ。そんなもん。
Ooh, new skill. I wonder how how it's gonna look like when Meduki gets a hold of this game. Okay, that wasn't part of the plan. Whoops. I do have at least one Star Fox successor in my library, and one that I've covered. Those will be gotten to in due time. Because if Nintendo is going to be more focused on lawfare than actually providing people what they asked for, it's only natural someone else fills that void. On one hand, yes, those two, Star Wolf and Meta Knight, could be broken in Smash. In fact, they have been. On the other hand, Smash was never a game that was really all that concerned about balance. Oh, thank you for the invitation.
了解。
I can hear some of my colleagues looking at her and going, wood.
邪魔だ。
That is more or less what happened. I know Major League Gaming was a big deal back then, but a lot of that happened by accident. Oh, just one tail? It's holding out on me. Yes, speaking of Smash. Oh, welcome back, Oni. How was Sonic? Sounds like it was tasty.
Huh.
私と同じ滞在人ね。
全ては使命のためだ。
Fox had a red wedding. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. I know it would be tempting to just wrap it up here, but we've got a new weapon. I want to use it. Besides, it hasn't... I've been trying to get to 3 hours when it comes to these sessions. And over the last week, I didn't do as good of a job as I would have liked. So we're hunting Tengu. There's the drill. I figured we'd be getting it eventually, and I'm going to be getting a lot of use out of that. Yato Sen. A slender sword with a serpentine twisted blade. Designed to not only pierce through the target, but also gouge out surrounding flesh. This weapon all but ensures an intensely painful death by consuming blood essence. It'll transform into a sharp conical lance. Conical lance, that's a fucking drill! That is a drill!
Seori, さっき殺したのはヨーマ。
ええ、ここは特に容器が集まる神聖な場所。というわけで、ヨーマをお願いね。
So, demons that look like Tengu. What's next? Cute Tanuki? Don't jinx! Next thing you know, we might end up getting just that.
Yo, 新しい技、興味はねえか。その技、一度練習して自信があるなら何よりだ。山は風が強いな。心なしか、雨もさらに強くなってる気がするな。
一つ目の封印を解いた。その影響だろう。
お、ということはヨーマをやったんだな。やるじゃねえか。ん？なんだその武器。
封印に使われていた武具だ。容器というものらしい。結節忍術も使えるみたいだ。
ほう、そいつはこの先の戦いに役立てられそうだな。俺直伝の結節忍術、うまく使えよな。
しい任務がこれで終わり。さすがね。
Alright. Let's see what we can do. Alright. I have a feeling we're gonna get some time to use that new weapon of ours. Right now. Associating red versus blue and RB the chief of the Halo games. Yeah. And later games would have a dedicated pro team as part of the development cycle. I know Halo 5 Guardians had that, which I have a mixed attitude with Guardians. The multiplayer was decent, but the story mode had way too many problems. Ooh, who is this person? Yeah. I am most definitely getting my point across. And once again, they will remember that point for the rest of their life. I don't get as much opportunity to use the drill mode, though. Fortunately. Stop, he's already dead. Not dead enough. We've all seen zombie movies. We all know the importance of the double tap. You would stab a man in the back? Well, it's the safest way, isn't it? Oh. With Halo 4, the big problem was you had a bunch of people from a bunch of different studios who all had to coalesce together. You had some people from both SOCOM teams. You had people from Raven. You had people from Infinity Ward. You had people from Retro Studios. You basically had a quote-unquote dream team. The problem is they didn't coalesce, and when 5 came along, a lot of that staff had left for other projects. And I remember a GDC talk where they had talked about how for the Promethean Knight they ended up redoing the design 3 times because it didn't quite match everything that they wanted it to be. Like, they'd have one design that didn't match gameplay and another design that didn't match the fiction. But you also had the fact that Bungie wanted out of Halo after all the failed side projects that were going on.
そういえばヤクモ、さっきのって。
この容器にも結節が使えるみたいだ。
はあ、ただの武器ではないと思っていましたが。
結節。
今のは何だ。
セオリさん、詳しくは後で。今は先を急ぎましょう。
Well, pretty much all of the Promethean enemies didn't stick around all that well. Mostly because, unlike say, the Covenant, you don't get you have one aspect of the Holy Triangle that's cut off. In the case of Promethean Knight, it is the fact that they are always armed with a blade, so close quarters with them is always a bad idea. The reason the Golden Triangle became a thing of guns, grenades, and melee is because at every opportunity, you always have one of those three. You always have those 3 options to utilize as a combined whole instead of a separate thing, like a lot of games were doing back then. Apparently, early on, they wanted 7 different enemy types for the Prometheans, which was way too early. Oh, it is. It's not as much of a lost art as the flagellants we have to deal with would like you to think. I've seen them all over the place. The folks who want you to think all is lost, nobody's making any good games, yada 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 yada. We've been through this song and dance. But it is relatively easy, but it requires having what's known in television as a series Bible. Having fun with the drill? You tell me! So I've made it to play 5 and didn't get to... So when it comes to the whole infinite sprint, I understand why it was a controversial thing. Mostly because of the lack of consequences for it. That, and it can be argued that it meant you didn't get punished for bad positioning. Can we call him the drill sergeant? Do not tempt me. I will channel Arlie Ermy if I have to. Lord knows I've felt like channeling Arlie Ermy when it comes to certain VTubers I've had to associate with. The kind that find an innocent office prank something worthy of a moral crusade. If they thought it was crossing the line with that, they don't know me. Let's see. Yep, going the right way. I'm pretty sure gliding across that would not have been a good idea. Dragonfly glider, huh? Hey, Hydra gets it.
いずれにしても戦いは避けられない。
今のお前なら新しい技も。
New friends who have done development, just having the 3 standards of heavy, medium, and light is already a pain in the ass. Game development as a whole is always going to be a pain in the ass, so the new... Nothing new there. Sorry, wrong pipe. Let's see, do I go with Reflect or... Nope, I gotta go with Reflect. Yeah, why not? Let's try a little bit of combat training. Yeah, that's quite perfect parry training. Hi there, Sig. How was KH treating you? Get set for going to Wonderland. Ah, nice. Okay, it looks like I need to warm up. There we go. So those types of pincers, I feel like I've seen them before. I know they call that thing a lance, but it's a drill. It's going to be either KH or FF1 Pixel Remaster, but I decided on the latter after I finish up Pokemon Red. That's fair. Surprise, bitch! start finishing more FF games, not just for pay to continue with my own research as well. That's fair. Secret supplies. Nice, nice. Ah, there we go. If you're working on FF1's Pixel Remaster, you'll probably end up seeing some of the weirdness of FF1, like the naked monk. And no, the naked monk does not represent me. Like anyone's gonna be naked in my in my mountain. So that headband is compensating for something. The drill is powerful, but it really takes up the Bloodbind gauge. A lot more than the swords did. Haha, dangly parts. Let's see if I've got enough to buy a new technique.
Yo.
Amolf, I don't think you should throw out the entirety of FF14 just because of Dawn Trail. Like if you don't have a PC that can handle it, that's fine, though it is on console as well. But it's important to be honest.
何が必要？任務達成。やるわね。お疲れ様。
この先は行き止まり。ああ、うん、大丈夫。ヤクもそのまま進んで。
了解。
Oh, how I love the Azuna drop.
そこか。
Oh yeah, and it definitely is exactly what it needed to be. Does FF still do single player? Oh, no. Why would... Of course they do single player. Why would you assume that they do nothing but MMO? Mario. About the this ultimately was a collaboration between Team Ninja and Platinum. Which fair. I'm not saying the story's perfect, but honesty is the best policy. And yes, Hydra 16 was great. We did a whole video talking about it, as well as
近くに像があるでしょ
roasting the hell out of people who hyper fixated on the fact that it was doing the character action thing,
なんて罰当たりな
and how some of them aren't as much of FF fans as they claim to be. They're fans of their own security blanket. Let's say some of them just want FF6 for eternity. Or whichever one they happen to grow up with, and not be able to see the bigger picture. I try to. In part because of the whole thing of being a monk, but also that whole assuming the worst attitude is just not fun. I suppose, though, I always try and tell people not to assume the worst. Leave that to shitty commentators and flagellants looking for brownie points. Neither of which apply to me. Oh yeah, and the people who are looking for a false positive community. Or claim to be looking for... Claim to be doing a positive community, but... are definitely not, and what the... Yeah, that was how we got from the original 14 to A Realm Reborn. Mario. But if it sounds like I have a bit of disdain for some of my fellow content creators and some of my fellow VTubers, I kind of do. Mostly because I have disdain for anybody who laments the state of things, but doesn't do anything to improve. I have never referred to Oniraya saying about the grifter word, but I have never used the term grifter. The term I have always used is flagellant. Like the flagellants in the Dark Ages that would whip themselves to chastise their body. Or assume that in doing so they will get some sort of penance. I just point and laugh at them. At worst, I feel nothing but pity because they create their own problems.
私たちは引き続き本殿を目指します
And no worries, Hydra. Stay frosty. I will see you next time. Probably tomorrow, because tomorrow we're doing double duty. I am still going to be interviewing Chris Diaz, and I forgot to mention, but we are still doing the board game Gauntlet on Wednesday. I just forgot to put it in the thing for some reason.
任務完了ね。お疲れ様。また来てちょうだい。
But the modern flagellant doesn't physically whip himself, but he does mentally whip himself with himself, because, again, that constant lamentation.
稽古していくか海と岬はうまくやってるか
ああ岬と黒竜の巫女が最深部にある封印へ向かっている
おいおいあいつ一人で巫女と行動って大丈夫かよあいやあいつは忍者じゃねえどちらかというと頭を使う担当だろう何かと危なっかしいんだよ
俺が先に
Best of luck on that,
龍馬を
Sig.
倒す手はずだ問題ない
だといいがな
Okay then. Ambush. And people were saying this game was going to be lesser simply because you're not primarily playing as Ryu Hayabusa. Again, ever assume. Assuming is for lesser minds. That much. That is fair. I'm not going to say it's for everybody. Green flames. I think I know where we need to go next. It's quiet, he says as he gets ambushed. I mean, their story didn't change single player, but it changed the mechanics to compensate. Yeah, I feel like they were trying to do something similar to what Guild Wars has been doing, but didn't fully commit. Specializing in tanking. Assuming is always a bad idea since its thought process is from the wrong direction. Yes. First have played 2 today. I have played both. And I still have I still have the images of the tournament cards when they were doing that draft mode. See a lot of MGR's DNA in here. Well, this is platinum. No, I think we need to unlock. Right? Okay, what do we have here? Elixir. I can get that. There are obliterations, not glory kills, but given all the other mechanics, having those would have been a luxury. treasure. What do we have here? Well, don't tell me this is a dead end. Oh, that was unfortunate. I was hoping for some kind of ambush. You know, like this. Whoops. Okay, didn't plan on that. Okay, thought there was something there. Nope, nothing there. Alright, here we go. The 7th generation was an unfortunate time. A lot of people acting like they were too cool for the room. From developers to fans to critics. A lot of people trying to be adolescents and rejecting their childhood while also trying to worship it. It was an era of contradictions. And some of the people involved in those contradictions would like to go to great lengths to tell me that those contradictions never happened. But I was there. I was there for all of it. I saw those contradictions, and I saw every single one of the people involved meet their karmic due. You know, the folks who were saying, oh, the JRPG is outdated. The folks who were saying, who were trying to bury Japan. And a lot of those people tried to gaslight the matter when folks like Yoshi P pointed out, yeah, you fuckers were doing that. You were trying to sabotage us. Especially with that whole Japan so weird narrative. Going on since the year 2000. I would say early 2000s, especially given the position that the PS2 had, and the fact that the Xbox, the critical darling, or at least the in-group darling, did not stick in Japan. Not from a lack of trying, it just didn't work. And G4 was the more emblematic part of it.
何が必要？ヤクモ、かなりの高さから落ちたけど、体は平気？
ああ、問題ない。
よかった。それにしても暗い場所ね。なんというか不気味な。
怖くなった？
別に。
More weirdness in Japan was supposed to be the charm.
ヤクモ、セオリ、先へ急いで。
To a point, but some of those segments about Japanese gaming were borderline racist. And I especially find that a lot of the talks about the term JRPG was very much done with a racist undertone. It's one of those things where if you weren't around in those scenes, you wouldn't have fully noticed, but I was.
来たな。じゃあな。
Oh, it absolutely is. And again, a lot of people who have that attitude really hate when I point out the attempts to gaslight. Of course, some of them hate my guts just because of the fact that I don't go along with the cynicism and jadedness that is in vogue among content creators. I think the reason you're seeing a lot of people try and dial it back is because the big WRPG push backfired. And yeah, it's easy to be among those cynics, but it is far more valuable to acknowledge that fact and then try and work to improve, which is always a big part of the monastery. But I think consider this: a few years ago, BioWare had insisted that the JRPG was an outdated concept. Now look at where BioWare is now. Now, Bethesda would pop off in similar manners. Look at where Bethesda is now. And a lot of the others that were popping off in that same manner aren't doing much better. However, a lot of people want to chase an idea of the past. An idea that they have not earned, do not deserve, and will never attain. D&D is culture teaching. And pretty much, I think those kind of people need it to be perpetually cooked. Because if it ever improves, they're out of a job. Me, on the other hand, Oh. If a repeat of the 90s happened where D&D was out of the picture and a bunch of other folks started filling in that void, I would be the opposite of out of a job. I would be in an even better position than I am now, and I'm already in a good position. Because I'm not an idiot. Trend chasing for the past in addition to Kermit. Oh. But that mode of thinking has gotten a few people accusing me of being on a high horse. But since it's those same people who don't have the guts to say that to my face, I don't put any stock in it, and in fact, I mock it. I'd rather be a high horse than rolling in the dirt.
ここは天狗が祀られていた聖地だったのよ。
詳しいですね。さすがは黒竜の巫女。
そういえば黒竜の巫女って一
You
体
lose credibility by admitting something you never had to begin in the first place.
あんな名
And
称の解釈されてなかった
I'd say a lot of content creators
巫女は
and
もともと黒竜
and the
の使用者
flagellants
なんだよ
most certainly did not
黒竜が前
have credibility.
黒竜を初めて封印した時万が一解かれたとしても再び封印できるよう黒竜の魂を巫女に入れ代々その魂を継いでいったそれが私たち黒竜の巫女だから私の中には黒竜の魂が入っているのよ
先へ行くぞ。
As somebody who studied both the crash of '83 and the crash of the '90s, anybody who is thinking that something like that is going to happen, clearly didn't study. Both of those were perfect storms of multiple situations. With the crash of '83, you had the 1-2 punch of too much stuff on the Atari, the very public disasters of E.T. and Pac-Man, and the rising affordability of PC. I think the reason the lockout chip with Nintendo was implemented was to try and prevent that kind of market flood, and it very much was a flood. It was kind of like mobile games nowadays. There was way too much, and a lot of it wasn't good. And I have seen a few people muckrake Daggerheart, but I have a feeling a lot of those people who do that didn't study the game as much as I did. And in fact, the reason I did that Valley of the Judge on Daggerheart was because I knew people would solely focus on it as Critical Role the game and put it all on Matt Mercer because he's the public face. If there's anybody who is really responsible for where Daggerheart is now, it's Travis, not Mercer. And as far as the deal for the new season, I'm not surprised that they went back to D&D and that, because D&D needs Critical Role more than the other way around. You know what? Okay, not how I expected it to go, but I'll take it. I am neutral on CR, which made me the ideal candidate to cover it. I don't have the hate boner that some do, even if I am critical of the Mercer effect. But at the same time, I have to apply the approach of games, not names. Even if it's not convenient for me. Sig, if I had to guess why it didn't click with you, I would say that it's because it is a very fiction-first, narrativist kind of game, and that's not exactly your wheelhouse. Okay, where's this last one? Ah, there you are. Now we just need to get up there. Like, I mainly come to that assumption just based on past experiences. But Mario, I will. You do have my thanks on that. But Daggerheart's approach is very much, you know, fiction first, which some people say is built for them. I don't think that's the case. It has more to do with the fact that it's not. I think a lot of people wanted it to be a D&D like, and that's not what it's trying to do. Honestly, it's got more in common with, like, feng shui. And there is narrative and gameplay with it. I covered that in detail. But that's just my assumption. Yep. Which is fair.
ヤクモ君、カラスニング、ユスリカの出番ですよ。
とはいえ気流から外れると落ちるから飛ぶ
Shit,
時は
shit,
慎
shit,
重
shit.
にね
You're on the... I seem to have a talent for that. Jesus. Oops. My controller disconnected for a second. Give it a moment. Ah, there we are. Alright, let's take out the rest. Not always easy facing yourself, but it's always better than you do. Yes. I face myself every morning. Like, the whole thing of the monk moniker is not just something I chose on a whim. You know, same reason I do those Zen posts every morning. I love the Azuna drop. And now you have no head. Shit. I did not mean to do that. I try my best. Oh, what do we have here? Come on, get back here. There we go. Damn flyers. Of course, it had to be a Tengu that was this level of annoying. Yeah, this sort of thing is always a continuous process. Oh yeah. Dominoes was never my thing growing up. In my house, it was all about backgammon. And whatever board game I happened to get a hold of that week. Though I will admit I have some PTSD with some of those late game Jengas. If you've ever had to deal with Jenga after a few rounds, you know exactly why.
の先は
まだまだ登るみたい。
さすがに疲れましたね。
休んでる暇はないわよ。行くぞ。あんた意外と体力あるわね。
そこか。逃がさない。食らえ。
And now you have no head. Oh, this is different.
またヨーマ。さっきのやつらと雰囲気が違う。
始末する。来い。死ね。遅い。
Yeah, it did. Oh. That's nice. That wasn't the true form of it. So now first a Kitsune, now an Asura. Counting cards. The only reason I can't get mad at it is, Lord knows I've done similar stuff. Oh. Got lasers. Lovely. Alright, come on. And down goes Asura. Was not angry enough. Didn't need to catch. Yeah. I am playing on lower settings because I'm playing and streaming, so there's that too. I mean, yeah. mean, I've got a decent rig, but I don't like taking any chances. Guiding winds.
また突風か。海、このまま近くで着陸する。
分かった。またルート変更しておく。
Yeah, and this game just came out last week. There is something eerie about this coming out a few days after the passing of Itagaki. And I talked with a friend of mine about this, but my attitude on Itagaki is complicated. There was a lot that he did great for the industry, but I also can't forget that this is the same guy who threw his former protege, Yosuke Hayashi, under the bus. Which is a story a lot of people kind of forget. Even for the longest time, they end up forgetting that. And for as good as his contributions were on various things, there were some things like Dragon Sword that he took credit for that he didn't do as much. Yeah, I did. He had praised Yosuke Hayashi when Ninja Gaiden Sigma was being developed, and Hayashi was very humble about it. Then he works on Ninja Gaiden 2 on the 360 and buries Sigma, and it just... It painted a really bad taste in my mouth. Now, was it a case where he was encouraged to say that by Microsoft? I mean, maybe, but we'll never know. That and the whole bonus money thing was embarrassing. But when it comes to looking at someone's life, it's important to look at both the good and the bad, which is why I didn't completely glaze Itagaki's work the way some people did, but I also didn't slam it. It is a complicated legacy. Plus, the other reason I'm not going to go too hard is, it's clear that Harada's took the passing of him very, very hard. I'm trying to think, with all the wind, what sort of enemy are we going to be dealing with? My money is on a Kamaitachi. I do try and look at all sides on a matter because, well, reality is complicated. And yes, a Kamaitachi is a wind weasel. That is literally what it is. Oh, should have assassinated, but oh well. Being afraid to talk about a recent thing without coming off as how you put it, a flagellant. Yes. And Sig, regardless of how the knowledge is gained, if the knowledge is gained, I have no problems. So somebody tried to make an RPG out of Monster Girl Encyclopedia using a D100 system. Never got past the first draft, but there was something there. Isn't that back in like 2015 or so? I think so. I ended up getting the thing after the fact, though I couldn't say. People in it. That is fair. Yeah, that definitely tracks. One of the mantras that I have is fans, not fandom. I am a fan of, say, Ninja Gaiden. I am not part of the Ninja Gaiden fandom. moving right along. The OSR and BroSR have spent a large amount of their lives being surrounded by ass kissers, being surrounded by their own reflections. Which is why I have less anger towards them and more pity. Because they will be, like the dinosaurs they are, left in the dust. Almost missed. Oh yeah, because I think a lot of people who have fandom as their identity, it's that identity that they value more than the thing that they claim to be a fan of. And I've always preferred building my own communities rather than attaching myself and thus lowering myself to someone else's. To those attempts at communities that insist that you behave in the way that they approve of. And that is putting an identity before me, and I don't do that. Stalin was original. I wish them the best of luck. Ah. My bad, I think I got things cross-wired. All good. I appreciate when people are clear about things instead of assuming. I'm certain that I won't have to assume that I need to pull a backstory out of one paragraph's worth of info. Against the assault of laughter, nothing can stand. Okay, that's not the route. So, given all of that, I doubt something as mundane as what happened would be an isolated case. Let's see what we can get. Well, since that character concept was just a build, actually, here's a dumb idea. Name that character concept Kevin Silverman. Silverman also no. I don't know why I thought it was Kevin Silverman. Oh. Yeah, and crosswired. It's late. Although if it does reach level 20, do you have to call it the capstone? Okay, I'll stop. I think that individual is too proud to accept help. Because in their mind, they did not do anything wrong. And yes, I regret nothing. Being a cult in the community is a common goal of shared values. Cult is a single person. And to exploit a group, the person will gain. I try not to be the... I know it could be very easy to say that as a YouTuber and streamer and as a VTuber, I'm trying to create a cult. Especially with the religious aspect of my character. I will be blunt on something. That individual will never make their make that campaign, because they're trying to make a dream campaign in their head, but forget that this is a multiplayer game. Jeez, there's more of them? Bye! I know when somebody's going to be perpetually developing and when they're actually going to have a goal. Hold on. Oh yeah, I love me some For Honor. I'm aware of all the flaws For Honor has, but I still enjoy it. Yeah. I'd like to see somebody tackle something in the same vein as For Honor, but faster. I have a feeling it will happen with time. I just have to be patient. Something I am very, very good at. Okay. Life elixir. And more life elixir. Oh, I have zero tolerance for bullshit, but I also know when somebody is legitimately trying to be patient with them. It's not an easy thing to figure out. It takes time. Oh, the sole reason I was able to figure out was because of when I hit rock bottom. Stab you in the face so hard you have no face. Alright, that way.
ここを抜ければあと少しで本殿よ。私たちももうちょっとで着くわ。
了解。
Okay, the end of the road is in sight. Let's see, any more? Nope. Onward we go. You hit rock bottom with the people's elbows follow. No! I am not as insecure as as Dwayne. Or as fake. Well, that's not the right word. The better way to put it is not desperate to have the right view on things. Down goes the pot. No, I've never had surgery. Possibly. Of course, Slayer is just a badass as it is. And now we have the Dragon Lord Grace, so we are getting some more health.
忍びの道を極め世を照らす英雄ハヤブサの影として生きる者、それが我々カラスなのです。
ちょっと美咲、その辺にして。
少し喋りすぎましたね。
なんか新規臭い。
先へ進むぞ。
Yeah, it can do that. So we're back to calling Yoma demons. I see. Although using the DAE part of it is a little bit closer because of what those kind of things were in ancient Greece. No, that would be Yakumo. And sometimes. Yoma is a catch-all referring to a type of non-human. Yeah, Yomi is one form of the underworld. There's also Yakumo, which is more of the land of the dead. When you're dealing with Shinto, it gets complicated. Especially since modern Shintoism has integrated... But Yoma is what would be now known as yokai. The term Yoma is kind of archaic depending on who you ask. Second. You give it with Archfiend in English to refer to deep. Yeah. But Yokai, Ayakashi, Mononoke, those kind of things all have more in common with faithful than they do with demons. There is a name for demon, and that's Akuma, which is a completely separate thing. They can be. Alright, time to break another Tengu's face. It's also the same shit to wreck. Okay, we're even. Oni are adjacent to ogres. especially in their appearance. Road mythology is something of fascination of mine. I can understand that.
この先か。
神聖な像をこれだけ壊したんだから超怒ってるかもね。
I'm gonna hit the BRB for a moment. I need to head and take a Watsy, if you catch my drift. So I'll be back in a minute. And we are back. And I think we're going to do one more chapter and finish out the shrine before we wrap it up for the night. Maybe try out a little bit of the new weapon. Altar of the Mountain God.
いよいよ本殿ね。また私が重木した妖魔がいると思うからよろしくね、ヤクモ。
Really? Let's take a little shortcut. Nope, that's purgatory. We are not doing that today. A Tengu jet. Okay. Okay, I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this.
山の神。
お前を始末。
And he's talking like a kabuki actor as well. I see what his play is. Alright, almost down. I think we pissed him off.
そうね。ヤクモも飛んでみる。とか。
飛ぶ。
I'm going to go out on a limb, Mario, and guess that they thought going digital would be a simple thing. Or a way to save money. People that knew what they were doing with a fan skin, they had spent the last decade trying to stomp out. Yeah, that tracks. And down goes the guard dog.
私のアドバイス役に立ったでしょ。
ああ、
それは何より。じゃやることやっちゃいましょう。さあどうぞ。
Oh. I know that stick. Welcome back, Lunar. My favorite.
豪雨に暴風、見事に荒れてきた。
Hello, Ryu.
竜、はやぶさ。
はやぶさの頭天下の町人が何の用。
フォロス、貴様らは余計なことをするな。見つけたぞ、セオリー。
I'm gonna fight him. We're doing this sword to sword. Given how many times I've seen companies lose the source code for certain games, yeah. You had a similar thing happen with the BBC and older episodes of Doctor Who.
私を殺せない。
セオリー、邪魔をするな。
この世界のためにヤクモは死なせない。
逃げられた。はやぶさ、追うか。必要ない。分かった。あの高さだ。無事かどうか。
But a lot of companies just don't see more than one step ahead. Oh, a lot of people don't.
Hi. Hi. 御意に。さて。
Oh, there's a familiar face. A shark? Oh. Okay. I got Suhi. Long staff emanating a ghoulish aura. Its durability is great enough to strike any matter in existence without taking a dent, battering any flesh, bone, or marrow that impede it. By consuming blood essence, it will transform into a gargantuan hammer. That's the Luna, if I've ever seen it.
海
Same stance and
セオ
everything.
リが化け物に飲み込まれた。これから追跡する。
そんな、セオリは無事。
わからない。とにかく後を追う。
新しい任務が来てるわよ。セオリ。
海、今は任務に集中しろ。引き続きあの化け物を追いかけるぞ。案内よろしく頼む。
わかった。
Van's doing a better job than the official thing. Why does that sound so familiar? But regardless, I think for now that is where we are going to wrap things up. I will probably return to this either Thursday or Saturday, but I'm sticking to the initial schedule that I had planned. And tomorrow is going to be Bright Memory. That was what I said I was going to do, and I'm going to follow through with it. So we're back to FPS, kind of. You'll see when the time comes. And some of you will be thinking of Shadow Warrior after a bit of it. But until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay frosty, everybody. Oh.
Peace.